Safety briefings for us first.
First of all, I want to say welcome to everyone to the new pack. So I fully expect all of you to show up for the first SpongeBob show in a couple weeks. So couple safety things real quick. We're in a new space, new place. All right, so exit is here. There's a ramp up the side right over here by Mr. Wynn. You can walk up and go down the steps. There's 2 doors on the back. There's a sliding door, and then there's another exit door back over here in the corner, okay, just in case of something crazy, okay? So obviously, these are very skinny aisles, so you have to let the people out to get from one side to the other, okay? It is all yours.
Thank you. Before we get started, I do want to seat our new board members. Sharon Skoglund, who is a community member, she's right here. Richard Rice, who is our secondary teacher member. And we have a new student member, Camp Boss. Welcome. Excited to have y'all here with us. Board members, you have access to the board packet on the board drive. As a reminder, you can't take anything from the consent agenda to the regular board. I also want to acknowledge that we are in a new space and it's beautiful, and I want to acknowledge Kurt Merrick. I know we've already clapped for him, but he worked on this along with his team for short 6 weeks, right, Kurt, about that, and it's beautiful. So I'm happy to be in here with you guys and to celebrate your team, Kurt, and I know that you have been recognized at the NYOS pre-service with your team, so thank you again. And again, before we jump into tonight's agenda, you may have noticed that the entire board is wearing matching shirts this evening. These shirts are available for purchase. As part of a special fundraiser that the board is working on, and I am excited to talk more about it during our fundraising committee. But you can buy the shirts. They are $20. Thank you all for being here tonight and for supporting NYOS in the way that you do. Thank you. Next, we will approve the regular agenda for the meeting. Are there any adjustments to the meeting? I don't think so. Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to accept the regular agenda as presented.
So moved.
Turn on your, yeah.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second? I think that was Lisa.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have our board code of conduct and or code of ethics. I'm sorry. So we are starting a new school year. I think it might be up here. Okay, maybe not, but it is in our packet. And so what? Oh, really hard to read there, but. So board members, if you can open it up, I would like for all of us to read it together. Do y'all have it up, everybody? Code of Ethics, it's in our board packet. Okay, so I'll read the first part, and then we'll read the bullet points together. As a member of the board, I shall promote the best interests of NYOS, and to that end shall adhere to the following ethical standards. I will be fair, just, and impartial in all my decisions and actions. I will accord others the respect I wish for myself. I will encourage expressions of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas. I will be accountable to the public by representing NYOS policies, programs, priorities, and progress accurately. I will be responsive to the community by seeking its involvement in NYOS affairs and by communicating its priorities and concerns. I will work to ensure prudent and accountable use of NYOS resources. I will make no personal promise or take private action that may compromise my performance or my responsibilities. I will tell the truth. I will share my views while working for consensus. I will respect the majority decision as the decision of the board. I will base my decision on fact rather than supposition, opinion, or public favor. I will recognize that I have no individual authority, and I will refrain from directing or engaging the executive director, faculty, staff, parents, or students with the authority of the board. I will refuse to surrender judgment to any individual or group at the expense of NYOS as a whole. I will uphold consistently all applicable laws, rules, policies, and governance procedures. I will not disclose information that is confidential by law or that will needlessly harm NYOS if disclosed. I will focus my attention on fulfilling the board's responsibilities and duties. I will prepare diligently for and attend board meetings. I will avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the executive director. I will seek continuing education that will enhance my ability to fulfill my duties effectively. I will guide continuously by what is best for all students. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is consent. The consent agenda contains the minutes from June, committee reports, and contracts under $50,000 in our packet. Has everybody reviewed those? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I'll move that we accept the consent agenda.
Ben, do I have a second?
I'll second.
That's on. Okay, all in favor? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the public comment portion of the meeting. This is the time in the agenda where the public is invited to address the board. To our guests, you have the right to address the board on any agenda item prior to the board's consideration of the item or any other area of concern. I would like to remind you that due to the TOMA, which is the Texas Open Meetings Act, we cannot deliberate items that are not properly noticed on the agenda. Hence, the board will likely not be able to act on your comments. Though the chair may refer the item to the superintendent for investigation or add the item for deliberation to a later agenda when the deliberation can be properly posted and announced. Although public comment is the opportunity for you to address the board, because of the Texas Open Meetings Act limitations on deliberations, public comment may not serve as an open public forum, a town hall, or a question and answer session. When you speak, please introduce yourself, describe your connection to NYOS. At this time, I believe we have 25 guests signed up to speak. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes. We do have signs. We have a 1-minute sign and a stop sign, and you should hear a bell as well. Sarah will be our timekeeper and holding up the signs. Because we have so many, you will come right here where Kurt is to speak. I'll state the first 3 names, and then after the third person, I'll state the next 3, right? So everyone's prepared. Okay, so our first speaker is Hector Vela. And after Hector, I do have Amore Shaw and Elizabeth Zimmerman. Okay, Hector. Hector, when you're ready, thank you.
Yeah, just make sure everybody can come down the stairs and whatnot. Okay, so to keep it brief, 2 minutes is totally fine. You're going to hear lots of different things today, board members, and I urge you to take all of them serious. I'm here today to speak about one thing, even though I have a lot on my mind, and I'm sure everybody else does. As the school year progresses, we've dealt with a lot of changes aside from the safety measures, such as the new fence, which again looks fantastic, and the cell phone law, which is state law. That's something we have to follow, and for the record, students, I like it, sorry. But something that's in your hands and you should consider immediately as part of your agenda today is the student handbook, is the school uniforms. I'm gonna keep it short. Again, no one likes it. Not a single person likes it. I've been working here 9 years. Not a single person on the campus that I know likes uniforms for high school students, okay? Our students are 14, 15, 16, 17, right? All that stuff, and they deal with so much, whether it's personal business, lives at home, and then coming to school every day. They can't express themselves. They have to apply this, like, literally a uniformity, right? And all it does is take away from having them make their mark. Right, we're wearing these T-shirts that allow them and signify us to be special and be different, and it's literally in our name. It says "Not Your Ordinary School," and then we say, "Okay, look the same, be like IDEA, be like every other charter school, and just do it." Right, but that's not who we are. It's not what we should be. And so you're going to come to me and you're going to say, "Well, it's part of our charter. Change the charter. You're the school board. You have a job to do." And I highly encourage you to do your job. Change the charter. I don't really care how long it takes. That's what you signed up for, because we don't vote for a school board. You guys get appointed and you volunteer, and that's what you should be volunteering to do, is fix the school charter so we can be who we want to be. Okay? Keep it for elementary, keep it for middle school. Sorry, not sorry. But the high school students deserve to be independent and show who they are through their outfits, through their clothes. We should have a dress code for what it's worth. But uniforms, they're a waste of our time. They're a waste of the admin's time. They're a waste of the students' time. I mean, some of you are parents. Having to buy your kids clothes as they grow older has to be costly. Thank you.
Time.
Hi, my name is Amore Shaw. I am a 10th grader here at NYOS. I'm also here to speak on the dress code as well as a couple other matters. I was only informed a week before school that I had to get an entire new wardrobe. That is not enough time, and I can't wear my club shirts. My student designed club shirts that aren't NYOS colors, I can't wear them anymore. And it's one of the only things that I feel comfortable in. I am not comfortable in polos or khakis. It really limits our freedom to be ourselves. Like, how am I supposed to express myself in a polo and khakis like every other charter? It has come to my attention that hair color is one of the things that is being discussed as not being allowed. And I can look around and see quite a few people with hair color that's not their natural color. Like, how would it make you feel if on your first day of school, an authority figure came up to you and told you your hair is unnatural and you have to change it immediately? There's no way that feels good. Skip through some of this. I've also heard the reason for the club shirts being outlawed is, outlawed's not the right word, but it's fine, is student and staff safety. If that is a concern, then we need to have ID badges with badge access and door access. That way you can see who comes in and out. And so we can wear what we want to wear. We are high schoolers. We are young adults. We are not little kids. That's all.
Thank you, Amora. Elizabeth is next, but then my next three, I have MJ, Orton, Diana Tamayo, and Alyssa Leal. And you don't have to come up here if you don't. Yeah, no.
All right. Hey, guys. My name is Elizabeth Zimmerman. I am a parent of a 4th and 9th grader here at NYOS, and I wanted to share a few concerns that have come up recently. One of the reasons my family chose this school is because of what the name stands for, not your ordinary school. That commitment to individuality, student voice, and community involvement is something we very much value. NYOS was founded by parents in '98. Family input wasn't just welcomed, it was foundational. The collaborative spirit is one of the reasons we've loved being part of this community so much. Lately, though, I'm concerned that we are drifting from that identity. A few weeks ago, a new interim principal was announced following the departure of our very beloved high school principal, Benoit. Many parents quickly found public articles raising serious concerns about the candidate's alignment with NYOS values. Within days of parent feedback, the decision was reversed, thankfully. Then, just before school started, a dress code change was announced, restricting shirts to polos only, removing the option for school-approved club or athletic shirts. That was also reversed after families spoke up, thankfully. And on the first day of school, first morning of school, students were told to change dyed hair back to natural colors. Again, reversed only after immediate parent response, again, thankfully. What concerns me isn't just the changes, but how they're happening. These decisions are being made without community input and only reconsidered after strong pushback. That creates a lot of confusion and it erodes trust. This especially impacts our large neurodivergent student population. T-shirt options support comfort and regulation. Also, the shirt sales have been a key fundraising tool for clubs and athletics. So my ask is this: let's return to the values NYOS was built on. Let's include families early on and protect what makes this school so special. Thank you so much.
MJ?
Okay. Hello, my name is MJ Orton. I am a senior here at NYOS Charter School, and I have been here since, I believe, pre-K. This school means so incredibly much to me, especially its identity of inclusion and allowing diversity and allowing children and everyone to express themselves freely, which is why, again, I have such a strong issue with the dress code. I have I have thoroughly read the flyer with all the dress code rules, and I have just been not happy, considering that club shirts, I believe, have only been designated to Fridays, which I spend roughly $15 on my club shirts, and that is, I believe, half the amount of money that other people have to pay in order to receive those club shirts, and I only wear my club shirts at school. I would not like to have dropped $15 on a shirt that I am never going to wear. I like expressing the fact that I am part of the NYOS Drama Club. I like the fact that the colors are vibrant, and I know very well that as someone who doesn't have a lot of money and knowing that a bunch of other people do not have a lot of money, it is incredibly startling to have to think, oh, I have to buy a bunch of new polos, even though I didn't have to wear them before. I found about the dress code maybe 2 or 1 days beforehand, before school started. That is not good, and
Time.
thank you.
Diana Tamayo? No? Alyssa Leo? And then after Alyssa, I have William Saviner, Lisa Soster, and Claudia Rosas.
Hello. Board members, my name is Alyssa Rosa. I've been a proud student at NYOS for 11 years. I've grown up here through elementary, middle school, and now high school. NYOS has never been afraid of change, but the changes we're experiencing now feel different. They're not just logistical, they're impacting the heart and soul of what NYOS has always been, a vibrant, supportive, diverse community. I am concerned about the recent changes. The NYOS I walked into as a kindergartner doesn't feel like the same school today. Policies like the uniform code feel like a step backwards after working so hard to collect data from students, teachers, and parents that oppose this policy, making the community feel disregarded. At a school named Not Your Ordinary School, why are we being asked to conform to something so ordinary? The dress code feels outdated and unnecessary, especially for high schoolers. Uniforms don't make us better students, but comfort and confidence does. Teachers are expected to enforce these rules that many of them don't agree with, taking away from what matters most, building relationships, teaching, and creating a positive learning environment. We're going to lose more teachers we love, the ones that have made NYOS feel like home. When we as students raise our voices about these concerns, it often feels like we're being dismissed rather than heard. I wish for more transparency in your decisions, the how and why for why these rules are being in place. NYOS has always been full of diversity, kind, creative, and passionate people. That's what makes our school special. Not the rules that make us blend in, but the spirit that helps us stand out. I speak up about this because I care deeply about this community, about the students, and about the teachers, about the culture that shaped who I am today. My hope is that NYOS can be a place where voices are respected, individuality is celebrated, and the decisions are made with the well-being of students and teachers at the center. Thank you.
William?
Hello, my name is William Saviner, and I've been at NYOS for about 9 years now, so about kindergarten. And I am here to suggest that club shirts not in school colors be put back into the dress code. This year's uniform committee was made of students, parents, and staff, and they made some suggestions. Here are a few of them: more frequent free dress days, decreased cost of uniforms, removal of responsibility from teachers to enforce the dress code, to promote student advocacy and leadership in relationship to the dress code. This advice was not taken. In fact, the actions of the administration contradict this advice in every way, shape, or form. They have said that stricter dress code is to promote security, while simultaneously cutting our security budget and leaving us with cops who have not had experience in or around schools. Furthermore, this dress code provides monumental distractions to students, teachers, and administrators alike. When students are forced to miss class time, vital to their growth and understanding of core subjects. Meanwhile, organizations rely on the money T-shirt fundraisers bring in to pay for valuable materials and experiences. If this money is withheld, multiple communities at NYOS will begin to suffer due to a lack of funding. These recent decisions mark a new and troubling shift. Despite the many changes to the NYOS dress code over my 9 years here, never before have the administrators taken such drastic actions such as banning shirts from student organizations or clubs. As described in the handbook, it is your responsibility to uphold the community values of NYOS and represent what is best for the school. So please reconsider and
Lisa?
I don't want to, thank you. I'm Lisa, and I have students here at NYOS. I am their parent, okay. There has been a very clear shift in the culture of our school lately. I thought it was because our newer members didn't understand our culture, but we have shared surveys, testimony, slides, videos, everything. It's in our name, it's in our creed, which is, I am not your ordinary school. I am inclusivity. I am diversity. I am equity. I am equality. I am free to be me. I am NYOS. We are a school that is different. Students who struggle elsewhere come here to thrive and succeed. We have a diverse student and staff population that includes a variety of races, religions, neurodivergencies, and LGBTQ+. Knowing this, why would you attempt to hire an interim principal that is known to be loudly and proudly against all of these things? One that has history of stripping their district's curriculum, supplemental material, and books to exclude the history and representation of our population. One that is against us. You stated that she was your champion in your dissertation. So I ask you, what attracted you to our quirky school? What are your plans for our children's futures? If you came here to change us, I invite you to instead embrace us, because we are NYOS, and we welcome all.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Rosas, and I'm a parent of elementary and secondary student. I am here tonight as a concerned parent regarding current leadership and overall direction towards ordinary that we are being taken to. NYOS has always shown why we are not ordinary. Even the NYOS Creed, like they said, says how important inclusivity, diversity, equity, and equality are the thread that makes our school. The last part being, I am free to be me. This past week, not all students felt free to be themselves. It baffles me how fixated we are on uniforms and hair colors when there are much bigger issues that are important to students, parents, and staff. Having going to class to class, leadership going to class, ensuring students are in the right shade of gray, is completely unnecessary, but completely wasteful of their valuable teaching time. Students today are struggling with mental health, economic pressure, and uncertainty about their futures. NYOS still does not have enough space for the students next year. Isn't that a valuable thing to spend time on? What's worse is that many of these rules haven't been enforced for years. Students adapted, families adapted. You cannot ignore a rule for a long time, then suddenly punish kids for not following it. That's confusing, unfair, and erodes trust. And let's talk about college and career shirts. Why are we banning those? A student wearing a university or trade shirt is expressing their pride in their future. That's not a disruption, that's encouragement. Students need to feel seen, supported. Individuality is a threat to learning, a key part of growing, and right now families feel unheard. Students feel watched, not valued. Please rethink the priorities, focus less on control and more on connection, less on how students look and more on what they need to succeed. Thank you.
The next three names I have are Naomi, Taylor, James Miller, and Julian.
Hello, I am Naomi Taylor, a senior at NYOS, and I have been going here since kindergarten, so it's been 13 years. One of NYOS's core values is nurturance of the whole person. I've spoken to many of my peers, and I can say without a doubt that this current dress code doesn't nurture students, it stifles them. I love learning, and I usually enjoy school, but have been dreading getting up each morning because I simply do not feel like myself in this environment. Being able to be comfortable is such a big deal in being able to learn effectively and actually enjoy what you're doing in class. Being taken out of class for not being following the uniform is so much more disruptive than just wearing flower patterns or fun colors. The school prides itself on acceptance, but not everyone can afford to buy these new NYOS branded shirts and polos and sorry. And washing clothes multiple times a week isn't accessible to everyone if they aren't able to afford more than one or two sets. NYOS is known, right in the title, not your ordinary school, for being unordinary. So what if, instead of trying to fit all of us unique students into a single norm of the uniform, we let students be who they are, color outside the lines, and wear fun clothes if they want to? Thank you.
I'm going to kill the vibe and talk about a different topic. I'm sorry. I'm a parent of an elementary schooler, first grader, hopefully future elementary schoolers and beyond. I'm here to talk about the parking situation. It's woefully inadequate. After teacher and faculty parking, there's maybe 30 to 40 spots in the lot. So not even just at pick up and drop off, but last year when we did kindergarten end of year celebration, there was no choice but to park illegally in the office building next door because there's 140 students shoved into each grade level, but 30 to 40 spots to accommodate their families for this on-site event. We've got to figure out a way to work with these businesses and convince them to let us use these lots for these short periods of time. 15% of the spots in the office building next door are for use during the whole day. All the businesses across the front are closed during our drop-off and pickup. Tsukimi Sushi closed during drop-off. The other two businesses, there is a barber shop with 4 chairs. I have never seen any of the parking spots in front of their building taken up. So this idea that we're taking away from those businesses just simply isn't true. And it just feels to me as if administration, whoever I guess does this, is just not adequately fighting for the landlord. I don't know if it's the landlord. I don't know if it's the construction company that all of a sudden has made a big to-do about it. But parking on Indian Mound is dangerous. There are 0 crosswalks, and there are hundreds of cars trying to cut through to the freeway. And it's just simply dangerous with my first grader and then also usually a toddler in tow. And so I'm begging you, for the safety of our families, so that we can continue to enjoy the community of picking up our kids and meeting other parents and seeing our friends and neighbors at pickup and drop-offs, please address parking. Please figure it out. Please build the infrastructure to do it if we need to build it, or please figure out a solution with these neighboring businesses. Thank you.
After Julian, I have Kinsley, Luna Hayes, and Sky Mashburn.
Hello, I am Julian. I am a NYOS student of 13 years. And on my first day of school this year, my first interaction with this school was being stopped and being told, your hair color is out of dress code and needs to be changed by tomorrow. This caught me off guard, as it was mentioned nowhere prior to hearing that. Thankfully, that policy has been reversed after parent pushback, but just the fact that it was considered to be told to students on the first day is the problem. There seems to be no oversight in like the introduction of the rules. But this seems to just be a cause of a bigger problem. The student sentiment at NYOS has gone downhill. Many secondary students, if you ask them, where do you think NYOS will be in 5 years? They'll say, closed. They see NYOS as changing back into a normal school. And if we have nothing that separates us from Conley or IDEA, why would students choose to come here? If they could go to a school that's closer to their house, has more opportunities for their students. I ask the board to please reconsider some of the decisions that they have been implementing this year for the sake of all of NYOS's future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kinsley Norman, and I'm in 8th grade, and I attend NYOS. Today, I really want to talk about the dress code. Right now, dress code is way too strict. It focuses on things like showing our shoulders or just regular shirts that would be normal. We're students, we're here to grow, learn, and prepare for the future. That means we should be able to wear clothes that we feel comfortable in. Teachers or staff members shouldn't have to come in our classrooms and tell us, oh, come with me, you need to change. That's just wasting our time, and that's wasting your time. We should be able to feel comfortable in what we wear. We're not saying we should wear whatever we want, obviously. We should still have a dress code, but we shouldn't have to wear uniform. Dress code shows that it's fair, and the school trusts us to make choices, to make us feel confident in ourselves, to include what matters, our education. NYOS means not your ordinary school. So let's prove and create dress code that respects us, supports us, and helps us feel confident in every day. So today, what I'm asking you is please make a change, and let's create a dress code that reflects our voices and makes us feel like who we are. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Luna Hayes. I'm in 9th grade, and I've been here since 1st grade. I'm speaking about the dress code concern. Many people, as well as myself, are unhappy with the changes made in the dress code. As you can find on NYOS's website, some core values are nurturance of the whole person and respect and dignity for all. I strongly believe that part of those values is self-expression through wearing colorful and individualized clothes. Students come to NYOS for more opportunities and a chance to be themselves, but that chance is limited due to the strict dress code. Another core value of NYOS is promoting self-care techniques and a diverse community. How can we celebrate diverse communities when the dress code forces us to all look the same? NYOS's name is not your ordinary school. Let's make it be special by letting individuality, self-expression, and diversity flourish in our community.
Okay, after Sky, I have Katie Lee, Lauren, and Kim LeBlanc.
Hi, my name is Sky. Just entered 9th grade, and I've been here since 5th. My mom always told me I got entered into NYOS. She entered the lottery every year since I was in kindergarten. I only got accepted in 5th grade, and she was very happy, so I switched schools. I always believed that this was a good school since my mom wanted me to come so much. But I'm here to talk about the dress code, as many other people are. Uniform has been a huge concern of my peers and I in recent years. It doesn't make students feel accepted or free to be themselves, especially the club shirts. You'll notice that me and some of my friends are wearing theater shirts, and there are also many other clubs that wear shirts that, yeah. Theater makes a good chunk of their money off of theater shirts, and I believe that students should be able to rep their club without a fear of a call home. They shouldn't be scared to come to school, and yeah. We should be able to wear these club shirts without having to conform to the school colors. The vibrant club shirts show how vibrant and fun we are as a club. They show like ourselves, and yeah. It just, wearing the same colors every day of the week except for Friday, it like doesn't make kids feel good. I've never once in my life been distracted by what someone's wearing in class. The most I've been distracted is, whoa, they look cool. So today I'm asking you to look over the dress code. Please let students be themselves and stop regulating what we can wear besides being appropriate at school. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Katie Lee. I'm a parent of a student who already spoke and kind of handled everything for herself, which I think is amazing. So I'm here to back up all the students today. I reviewed the 50-plus slides that the uniform committee came up with, and the dress code that was created from that is the complete opposite. So I'd like to know who made the decision to go against the voices of the community, the voices that you asked to hear. Additionally, like some other people have said, on the first day of school, the superintendent approached kids with dyed hair and told them they needed to dye their hair back that evening. I cannot imagine coming to school on the very first day and being greeted that way by the most powerful person on campus. If that were my kid, we wouldn't still be here. We would have walked. I'm requesting a review of the uniform survey and for you guys to act accordingly to the voices of the community of which you serve.
Hi, I'm Kim LeBlanc. I'm the parent of a third grader who definitely won't want to wear a uniform in high school either. She's already over it and she's only in third grade. So I'm really inspired by all of the parents and students speaking up on these important issues like dress code and school culture, and I completely agree, but I'm here to talk about parking. Wah, wah. And second, and address some of the safety concerns that I share with many other parents related to the recent changes to parking policies that now require only parking on Indian Mound Drive during pickup and drop-off. As mentioned, this is a road with no established school speed zone, no crosswalk signage, no flashing lights to alert cars of pedestrians, and no in-person crossing guards present. While having these safety measures in place still won't address the inadequate amount of parking available on Indian Mound or in the vicinity of the school, it would be a start, and so would real and proactive solutions for this school's serious and real parking issue. While this is just the first week, so many of us have seen way too many close calls on Indian Mound, near fender benders, and more importantly, students nearly run over and in harm's way. I've seen at least 3. Personally, only allowing parking on Indian Mound at a pre-K through 12 campus with 1,800 students that has no busing, and making this change without any checks and balances on student safety is poorly thought out at best and reckless at worst. I implore the board, the administration, to address this pressing issue before it becomes a life or death matter. We need real and proactive solutions from leadership. Thank you.
Next, I have Marcus, Samantha White, and Jason Cope. Marcos.
Hi, my name is Marcos. I have been at NYOS since pre-K 3, so 13 years. My family, I had a whole spiel for y'all, but decided to speak from the heart. So my family and I have chosen this school because of what we have heard about public schools and how dangerous they are, how not regulated they are. This school is pretty small in compared to other schools, but I have chose this school and decided to stay at this school because of my friends, because of safety. But I have seen a rapid decline in students in my grade, in other grades, because of the same reason of dress code. We are all here, like most of the kids here, are here to talk about dress code. It is a very it's a very pressing matter that I feel should be very discussed. Sorry, I'm super nervous. But students should be able to show their true colors. They should be able to express their feelings. They should be able to dye their hair however they would like. I've chose this school because safety, and one of the reasons to wear dress code is because of our safety. But let's think about this. In college, you're here to prepare us for college. In college, do you see anybody wearing dress code? No. Why should we, if you are preparing high school students, why should we be wearing dress code? If we are going into college, we should be able to freely express ourselves in college. College students are allowed to go to the bathroom whenever they would like. They are allowed to wear whatever they want. They are allowed to make clubs and wear whatever they want. I feel like if you are preparing us for college, we should be able to have that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha White. I am the high school regular geometry teacher. If you take geometry right now, you are in my classroom. And this is my first year at NYOS. I was Mr. Novograss's student teacher last semester, so I've technically been here for, 4 months or so. But this is my first year with my own classroom and my own space and my own rules. And first, I want to tell all of you who have spoken that I am very proud of you. I'm a little teary right now. I'm a very emotional person. That is not because I am nervous. That is not because I fear public speaking. It is because I am very proud of all of you and all of the work that you have put in. You are young adults, and you are acting like it here. And here's my thing. I tell my students the first day of school, I told them, you all know it if you're in my room, you are young adults, and I will treat you as such. How can I tell my students that they are young adults and that I'm, attempting to prepare them for the world if we're at a school that doesn't even treat them like they're young adults? And, again, I second everything everyone has said, but I also want to give another bit of perspective. We're saying that this is about distractions in the classroom. In the real world, people are going to make decisions that you disagree with or you find shocking. About their clothing, about their hair, about their piercings, about, their life choices. That is part of life. And if we think that someone wearing red instead of blue is distracting to our students to the point where we have to make a rule about it, then why have we spent the entirety of the summer since May 6th with half the rooms in C building having no functional roof, with the building completely flooding every time it rains? We have all of these things, and, some things are distracting and some of them are not. And the same goes for teachers. If you, the board, think that we as teachers are incapable of teaching like that,
What does that say about us?
That's time.
After Jason, I have Kinsley, Charlotte. Charlotte, are you here? Okay, I have your presentation, I think. And then Mary, Limon, and Jersey Spencer. But now we have Jason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jason Copy. I'm a parent of 2 NYOS students, one in pre-K and one in 2nd grade. I feel nervous about the safety of our students and the parents with the Indian Mound parking situation. On the first day of school, I parked at Indian Mound and was almost hit by a car when unbuckling my pre-K 4 student. The car honked their horn dramatically as they sped past us. I recognize that everyone is trying their best to make our tight parking situation work among the myriad other challenges the school is tirelessly addressing. However, I'm very nervous that somebody is going to be hit on Indian Mound. I hear that NYOS is negotiating a parking agreement with the neighboring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which sounds fantastic, and I fully support that effort. I'm curious what other options we've explored, such as shuttles from slightly further away parking lots, expanded arrival dismissal windows with staggered times for each family, prioritizing closer parking for younger students, and stuff like that. I request that the board and Dr. Rosas enhance the safety of our parking situation as quickly as possible and communicate more clearly with the community about what options have been or are being explored for a more sustainable and safe solution. I'm happy to help, whether it's discussion or volunteer work. Thank you for listening to my concerns, considering my requests, and your dedicated service to the NYOS community.
Cool. Wait, is it me or Jersey?
Let's see. Do we have the presentation ready, guys?
Yeah.
I'm asking
not
them. Okay.
I was like awkward. Anyways, I'm gonna come up here. All right, should I just like tell you when to swap it? Yeah. I'm just gonna point this direction. Wait. You got it. That's not sarcasm. Oh. Well. Who? I can't see. Oh, awesome. Okay, so it's... Wait, can I hold it? Oh, awesome. Okay, wait. Is it...
Then you just do it.
This one?
There you go.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, so I'm here to speak about the dress code. Dress code is not the same as uniform, and that's what I'm talking about. There's a difference between a dress code and a uniform, and I'm not going to say everything up here because I wrote a lot. It was all earlier today, actually. A dress code is a specific set of guidelines, right? Reasonable guidelines that students must follow, while a uniform is a specific set of clothes. I know we have like 1 or 2 color variations, different materials, very exciting, right? But it's not much. I believe that each student should have the right to express themselves as individuals, right? Whilst I was trying to find studies about this topic, I ran into something that has almost all of the exact same elements I believe in. Any of my English teachers will know this because I wrote it today. What might it be that happens to agree with my stance on the dress code? None other than the National Youth Rights Association. It states here with links that I don't have to I don't have a billion times. Oh my gosh, awesome. Okay. This is tiny and hard for y'all to read, so I'll dive into the key points, and it says, let me know if you'd like the links to the studies in there. Uniforms restrict students' individuality, expression, and creativity. It is unnecessary expense for students and their families when subsidized taxpayers. The vast majority of students resent wearing uniforms. What is that linked to? A study. Ooh. But their wishes are not taken into consideration. You can read this if you want to, but it's essentially just that people aren't listening. Additionally, research shows that uniforms do not reduce bullying. In fact, one study shows that school uniforms increase the average number of assaults by about 14 per year in the most violent schools. However, whether uniforms work or not is immaterial. The choice of what clothing to wear is highly personal,
and one that young
That
people are
is
fully
time.
capable of making without interference. Oh, that was my last slide. Awesome. Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate you letting me pull up my slideshow. Okay, Jersey.
Next, I have Mary.
There you go. Oh, or not. Who?
Mary Lamone. That's Jersey. Oh. Or who's next? Jersey?
Jersey.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Jersey Spencer, and I'm a proud sophomore here at NYOS Charter School. I want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I decided to write my speech down because I want to be sure I covered everything clearly and respectfully. I care deeply about our school, and I believe NYOS has the power to be not only different, but better. But this current school year, I've noticed that Not Your Ordinary School is starting to feel a lot like Your Ordinary School, and I think we can do better. Tonight, I want to speak about something simple but important, the school dress code. Specifically, the policy around NYOS club shirts. How is what color shirt I wear affecting the way we learn? Right now, students are allowed to wear sports team shirts, but not club shirts during the week. I want to ask, why is there a difference? Why are NYOS shirts for sports allowed, but shirts for clubs like BSU, Black History Month, AAPI, musical performances, Taffy, and HOSA not treated the same? Not every student can or wants to play sports, but many of us choose to be deeply involved in school clubs. These are the places where we grow our leadership skills, connect with our communities, and represent NYOS with pride. These shirts aren't just clothing, they represent community, culture, effort, and identity. In many cases, our families pay for these shirts with their hard-earned money. Some students fundraise all year long just to earn and wear them. So why should we only be allowed to wear our club shirts on one day a week? And why must those shirts be a specific color to be approved? Let me give you a real example. The BSU and Black History Month shirts are black in the color for a reason. It holds cultural and historical meaning. To say that a shirt must be a certain color to be worn is to ignore the significance of that shirt to the students who wear it. Many students collect club shirts over the years, not to tuck them away in a drawer, but to proudly wear them throughout their time at NYOS. We are not your ordinary school. So let's show that by supporting every student's efforts, not just athletes, but club leaders, volunteers, and advocates too. Let's create a culture of unity by allowing all NYOS club shirts to be worn proudly any day of the school week, regardless of the color. In closing, I hope you, the NYOS School Board, understand where I'm coming from. I'm asking not just for myself, but for the students across every grade and every club. Please consider making the necessary changes to the dress code so all students can be equally seen, valued, and celebrated at our school. Thank you for your time.
I believe I have, did I miss anybody, did I say anybody's name that, I have one more. Emily Domosk. Okay.
Okay, hello. My name's Emily Domosk. My family drives in from Elgin because we love this community so much. I have two sons, one's in high school, one's in elementary. This is our 12th year here. I have a junior. What I really like about NYOS is this community that you're seeing, how we embrace the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, regardless of what's going on outside of our school community. Those are the values I'm teaching my kids at home, and I love how SEL is included in everything. It's just woven into the fabric of things, and it's just normal for the kids to consider that. I also love how our school reflects our nation, what makes America, you know, the melting pot. This isn't like going into this, you know, so many suburbs and communities, you only see other people who look exactly like you in the same socioeconomic, the same race, the same everything, and this is what America looks like, and I love that for my kids. So I wanted to first talk about gate access, because closing it at 4:15 is not really realistic for anybody in high school who's picking up a younger sibling, like my kiddo. Today he stayed after to clarify something on an assignment. He would not have made it out of there. His dad had to come to a different place to pick him up. And it was this whole thing of him turning on his phone and communicating and trying to figure it out, and that took extra time. I understand they have to close it for security reasons, but 4:15 seems too soon. And if they do have to lock it for people coming in, if they could still let people out On the first day of school, our wonderful admin team in elementary was still helping all of the parents with this great new system that we're using for pickup. And there were probably scores of parents who were trapped on campus because they locked that back gate sharp at 4:15. And that brings us to the parking. There's got to be at least 1,000 different families with a student body of about 1,700 to 1,800 kids. And there's 1,000 people arriving within 1 hour in cars and leaving. And that volume of traffic,
That is
that's
time.
just too much. Okay, also dress code.
Thank you. That is all that I have that's signed up. Is there anybody else? Oh, Mary. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm gonna be a little out of breath because I came here running. The topic that I want to talk about is specifically club shirts. I belong to Latinx, and our club shirts, thank you, our club shirts are not the colors of the school precisely, but they are right now the colors of our flag, Mexico. And I believe that specifically right now, we should be able to represent ourselves in these times. Considering all the new laws that are coming into place and all of the immigration status going around, I feel like we should be able to at least try and represent a little bit of what we are proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? No. I'm opening it up for you.
No, she's asking if the sign-up paper is still out there.
Oh. Jackie, did we get the paper sign up? Yes, I have a picture of it, so sorry about that. Sophie? Sophie?
Hello. Today I'm Sophie Chin, and I've been here since pre-K until now, and I'm a freshman, which is saying something. And I've stayed at this school for years because they've showed us that we're able to express ourselves as individuals. Today I'm also going to be speaking for my friend who wasn't able to make it, but this doesn't mean I don't agree with every single one of her words. I'm pretty sure most people are here largely because of the concerns over the newly enforced dress code. It's been made really clear by several teachers that what students wear holds minor significance in classrooms and does not impact our ability to learn. In fact, before the end of the last year, the majority of the teachers agreed that the dress code should stay the way it is, more relaxed and realistic for students. Despite that, the superintendent vetoed this agreement and pushed forward a more stricter dress code, one that now bans even basic outfits like plain t-shirts and jeans. The reasoning given has been that these clothes are distracting and unsafe, but this doesn't reflect what actually happens in our classrooms. The real issue is not whether a shirt has a collar. It's how much time and energy is spent on policing students' outfits instead of focusing on learning. Stopping class to do uniforms checks is more distracting than any outfit could be. It's frustrating a large number of students, damaging the classroom environment and creating tension where there doesn't need to be any. We believe that this new policy is doing more harm than good and needs to be changed before it gets more out of hand. Thank you.
I have Kinsley, but I don't believe they were here, or you spoke already? Oh, that's right, okay. Claudia Rosa, she spoke, I believe, and then I cannot read the writing, but it starts with an M, maybe at the end. It looks like Moivy or some. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. Yeah, come on up.
So, I'd hate to say that this is my very first school board meeting. And my first kid graduated 5 years ago. So that's 18 years, and I have never attended. My kid wanted to come, so I supported them, and I'm here. I will say
that in all of the years that I've been here, I've gone to the last 5 graduations, not last year, sorry, did not go last year, but we've still gone to all the graduations because it is the family, it is a community, we know each other. I've seen these kids since they were babies. We've watched the mothers be pregnant and go on and on and on, and then have the babies, and other babies are now in school. So we have driven from Elgin and Georgetown and Kyle to be at this school that we love because it is amazing. I have the luxury of having an amazing elementary time with my kids, having had the safety of the way Kramer campus used to be set up, and I am terrified for the way it has to be now. Something has to change, because if I were a parent of any of those babies, I don't think I would be coming here because it is just completely unsafe. This year, my schedule does not allow me to pick up or drop off my kid, and I'm actually grateful of that. I'm very selfishly happy that I don't have to deal with this because it is atrocious. And I know there isn't a good fix right now, but there please has to be. And that's what I'm imploring you to do, to continue fixing things that are actually needing to be fixed. Thank you.
Can you state your name for? I'm sorry. Oh, Monica. I'm sorry. I got it way wrong, I think. Yeah. Come on up.
Hi, I am Kayla. Some people know me as Cassie. I'm gonna come up here. I have been here since first grade, and I'm in a crop top. Sorry. Okay, so I have been here since first grade, and I wanted to talk about free dress. This is not the NYOS that I have came to that felt like home. Today is the NYOS that I walk in the halls, and I feel a sense of fear that somebody above my power will come up to me and scold me for the way I did my hair, or wore my shirt, or wore my pants. How do you expect us to be our own people with our own personalities and our own looks when you have us in tip-top shape molded into your molds that you have created for us? Unfortunately, you've called yourself a non-ordinary school, so you can't be shocked if you're going to get people that are not ordinary. Not everybody's going to come out the way you want us to. We are not toys, we are humans, so please treat us like it. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board this evening? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kristen Tan. I have a 3rd grader. I did not prepare any of this. I respectfully I am not turning my back on y'all. I am facing an amazing community. And I just want to tell you guys that I hope my 3rd grader can be as well spoken and be able to come up in a school that has formed you without these dress code regulations to be such amazing human beings. And if I could hug all of you students, if your parents don't get to tell you how proud they are of you today, come talk to me. I will tell you how proud I am that you guys have done such an amazing job. And I would like to just respectfully ask the board to consider every voice that has been heard so far, because listen to these kids, my God. I can't stop crying and I apologize for it, but this school community is amazing, and I can't wait for my 3rd grader to be here and hopefully get to have the experience that some of these kids who have been here since they were babies have gotten to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, I have also been crying the whole time.
Can you please state your name for our record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Nicole Vasquez, and I have a pre-K and kindergartner, and I'm having a really hard time every day thinking about the fear that I have bringing my kids to school. It's something that I shouldn't have to feel every day, and it's just difficult walking through the parking lot. I'm strategically parking in a place that I feel safest. It's very difficult just walking them in by myself and walking them out as well, and just wanted to express to you, like, everybody else here has also stated, the parking is a really true concern. It's affecting my mental health. Like, it's literally scary every day that I'm fearing this, something bad could happen. I even was pulling in myself and saw people crossing right in front of me. My fear to hit somebody else, like, I'm just living in fear, and I shouldn't have to just worry, like, I'm going to get towed, you know, or whatever is going to happen. I'm willing to take the chance on getting towed before I take the chance on the safety. So I am parking in the lot, whether I'm supposed to park there or not, because that's what I have to do to get my kids to school on time. And the importance of getting my kids to school on time is a priority to me, but I also, you know, will take my kids' safety as my number one concern, and I hope you do as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Oh. Yeah, if you can state your name first.
My name is Taylor Huff. I've been here, this will be my 13th year. I was not planning on saying anything, and I've also been crying, so I really apologize. Surprisingly, as a senior, I'm not here to talk about my dress code, even though I do have a lot of thoughts and opinions. I'm actually here to talk about parking because, for one, with a senior, we have the privilege of senior parking, but this year it has been very difficult and very confusing. Even in the past years, ever since I've been able to drive, I've only been late to school 2 times, both because of parking concerns. First time was being just so confused about where I was supposed to park, where I was allowed to park. And that I just passed by the school, and it took me forever to get back, to do a U-turn, find a way that I could enter the school. There's not a single exit of the school that goes towards my house, and I have to do a very long detour to find the way to my house. Secondly, the second time I was late to school was on Indiana Mound, nowhere near as hectic as it is now with the parking limitations at the pond. And there was a tiny turtle walking so slowly across Indiana Mound, and it was, I hit it, I killed it, and I've never been, I'm so sorry, but it was just too crowded for me to get out of the way, and I was so sad that I was late to class. And I can't imagine how scary that is for parents with their children in that area. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the board? Come on. Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Isabella Hernandez. I am a current sophomore, 10th grader. Please excuse my voice is shaky. I have really bad anxiety. I'm just kind of going to reinstate what has already been said about the dress code and parking. I myself have almost been run over in the parking situation. It's kind of scary to think that I could have possibly been hit and had my life ended just because I was trying to leave school. And at the time, I was too scared to feel anything. I didn't feel a thing. I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel nothing because I was so scared. And the worst thing at all is the person in the car didn't even care. They proceeded to honk at me when that happened. I wasn't even in this grade. I was in 9th grade, and it was even scarier because I was just 15. Imagine if my life had ended at 15. I have so many big dreams that I want to achieve, and I love my community and my friends and my family. And I just I don't want to lose them. And I love NYOS, even if I haven't said it explicitly, because I've come from IDEA, And we all know how IDEA is, especially Runberg. Ooh, that was where I come from. Very fun. So when I came to NYOS and I met this amazing community that made me feel welcome, I even found my place in a club, and I am now an officer. Even with my anxiety, I was able to do that and be welcomed and make a space for more people to be welcome and allow them to feel that community and allow them to feel free and identify with themselves. And that's just really important, and I really do hope we fix the parking, because I've lived that to myself, and just thinking that a young kid could have their life ended is horrible.
Thank you. That's time.
All right, so my name is Arista Obioma. I'm a junior, as you all maybe already know. It is my 12th year here at NYOS. And the same NYOS I went to 12 years ago, it is nothing like how it is today. When we came here, we were promised that we could be ourselves, that we would be individual, that all of us would never, ever, ever feel like we are watched, that we are mocked. We were freely able to express ourselves and be ourselves. This place is called Not Your Ordinary School for a reason. For a reason. And there is no way that this should now become your ordinary school. Why is it that we have to conform to the way it is now? Dress code, okay, it did exist back then, but at least we were able to wear club shirts. Like, seriously? This money that people get from selling their club shirts, you guys make money off of this. We could use this money to instead fix things that actually need to be repaired, like the roof in the C building. That's just been sitting there. You guys were called to serve the people. Why don't you actually do it? Please start moving in the interest of the people. We have been silent for way too long, and it is getting out of hand. And if you guys don't do something to change this, more people will leave. More teachers will leave. You will lose your money. This school will close. That is all I have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board?
Hi, I didn't plan to speak, but I'm Amy Hayes. I have a kid who spoke earlier, Luna. She's in 9th grade, and she's been here since first. And I haven't been to a board meeting in a long time, but man, like, I just want to say all the teachers that are here that have been in my kid's life, like, the fact that they're showing up right now at this meeting and speaking for themselves, like, these are the kind of people that we want to be raising in the world. And so I just want to say thank you to all the teachers that have been a huge part in making these kids who they are. And I think that the sense of individuality that they're asking for, that's what they're expressing right now. And that is an important part of being a citizen in the world, especially in the times that we're in. And so I just thank you for the opportunity to speak, to allow them a platform. And I think that what they're asking for is a continuance of what we're seeing them doing right now, and that allowing them to express themselves is exactly what we want for them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, everybody. My name is Melanie Laporte, and this is our 10th year here. I'm a staff member, but I've also been a volunteer on the PTA. I've been a substitute. My kids have been here since kindergarten. They're in 7th and 9th. I agree with everything everybody has said about our amazing community, our culture, our diversity. It's being shifted for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm not sure where that came from. But what I kind of specifically want to talk about, and I'm also so proud of all the children. They're amazing. I have hope for our future because of them, is the growth and replication that seems to kind of be like in the dark. I feel like there's like no transparency about it. As a staff member, and a parent, I'm super concerned that my children who have been here since kindergarten won't be graduating from here, because I have no clue what is going to happen to our spaces, our buildings, the parking. I went to a staff meeting in June, and then a parent meeting maybe the next week after school was over. Why was those meetings not being held before school was over so that teachers could be there to give their opinions, parents could, I think most people don't even know this is happening. They have no clue that we have no space next year. They have no clue that we potentially will be buying property. We were told at both those meetings that the survey results would be shared with us. I've never seen these survey results of what people think. Where are those survey results so that the community's opinions, the children, the staff, where are those results? Haven't seen them. So I'm very concerned about the future of our school in that way. You guys, I think, are going to executive session tonight to talk about purchasing or maybe leasing buildings. We know nothing about that. And I listen to every board meeting, so I do know that you have kind of talked about it, but it doesn't feel like beyond that it's been shared with the community. And that's a huge concern that starting next year we won't have enough room. And I work here, both my kids are here. That's why I work here, because my kids are here. And we live 5 minutes from here. I don't want to have to drive to another location. Also, when I tell people about our school, I say we're a charter school, and they're like, ooh, charter school. And I say, no, we're special. It's only us. We have one. We're not a chain. That's why we're special. So replicating us, especially when there's a lot of problems, not a good idea. But I love you. Thank you. Bye.
Hey y'all, my name is Kelly Huff, and this is my 15th year at NYOS. My son graduated 2 years ago, and I have a senior currently. So been through a lot of ups and downs, went through the expansion, all of that, and I just want to echo the teacher because this expansion I don't know anything about, and it does concern me whenever we obviously have plenty of problems that we need to address currently in our own space. Beyond that, though, I really just wanted to take a moment and thank the teachers and staff, because even in this first week, I've been able to email and really get answers to questions about things like hair color and parking and things. And I'm going to be honest, my impression, and this has not come from any teacher, I'm reading between the lines here, but it seems that it often is coming from the teachers despite administration, as opposed to them supporting what administration wants, because I think sometimes that there's just a huge disconnect between what's being done at the executive level and what's actually trickling down. Because of that, there are a lot of problems, and I think communication is one of them, and I think we just need to be really transparent and honest and open about what we're facing, because obviously we want to help as a community. We want to show up and do what's best for NYOS, which I know all of y'all want as well. And then a quick plug, my daughter ran out of time, and she wanted me to let you guys know that the student council, whether it's in its third year, I think, here at NYOS, and they really want to help you guys solve problems for the school. The reason that they volunteer and run, as part of the student council is to try to make our community better. And so she texted me and asked me to tell you guys that. So thank you, Cam, for representing. And as a board and as administration, please listen to your students, please listen to your teachers, and listen to your community whenever they're offering suggestions. We don't do it mindlessly. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Sure.
Hi, my name is Maya Cole, and I just wanted to talk about
specifically Friday dress codes. I was reading through what we can wear on Friday, and one thing I noticed was that it says shirts that fit with the expectations. So I scrolled down and I read about these expectations. And last year, we were allowed to wear tank tops as long as it was 3 fingers wide. That was the rule. It's always been the rule. Now, when I was reading through this, I saw that you are no longer allowed to wear tank tops and you had to have your shoulders fully covered. I just think that's ridiculous. I don't see how shoulders are distracting anyone. And if you are getting distracted by shoulders, I'm sorry, but I think that's your problem and not the people who are wearing the tank tops. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you all for your comments this evening. Are you saying you want to speak to the board? Did you already speak to the board? We need to move on to our agenda this evening. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Did someone else want to speak?
I've been writing notes all day about like things I've been hearing people talk about. And honestly, last year I had terrible issues with the lunch line, and we didn't even have like we didn't even have that short of a lunch. So I still usually had like at least 20 minutes to hang out with my friends and eat. But I've stopped doing lunch because I'm not a big fan of the lunch, and I prefer, like, I don't know, weird foods. But I have a lot of ideas for the lunch line thing, and my friend didn't eat lunch today, and so is having excessive anxiety and other things because the lack of eating. Because the lunch line was full and she would not have enough time to get in the back of the lunch line, go through the lunch line, and still have time to eat. Like, she would have maybe 2 minutes to eat if she went through the whole entire lunch line. I told her, you might be able to cut in line with your best friend, right? Because that's what I would do occasionally if I was late to lunch because I was talking to a teacher or something. But now that lunch is only 30 minutes with no passing period, it's a lot of people probably only have like 5 minutes to eat, maybe.
Anyone else?
So I haven't prepared a speech, so I'm very nervous. My name is Utah Zimmerman, and I'd just like to talk about the dress code policy and how we switched back to like what we had originally, which feels kind of weird. Like, why would we go back? Like, sorry. If we make a lot of our money from like club shirts with different colors, why would we take that away is what I'm asking, I guess. So I'm just wondering why we'd do that. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Utah. Anyone else? Okay, we will move forward with our agenda. Yep. Come on, come down. It's hard to see a little bit. And please state your name.
Hi, I'm Shasta, and I'm in middle school. I don't have a speech prepared, but I'm here to talk about the lunch because every day I have gym right before lunch, and every day me and my friend wait by the door to run to the lunch because multiple days I have had to wait in line for so long that, again, I did not get to eat food. I went the entire day trying to, ask my friends for food, and none of them had any food because they rely on the school lunch too. I am tired of having to scarf down all my food so much that it hurts my body. I have gotten sick because I have tried to stuff my face with food within 2 minutes so that I could just get through the day with not being in pain, and I ended up being in more pain. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our regular agenda. I do want to go back to item 5CI. I did forget, as part of consent agenda, there was a new bill that was introduced. Board members, and Dr. Rosas, you may have that bill number.
Yes, it's Bill SB 1173.
Yeah, SB 1173. And that raises our consent agenda. So right now, everything in consent is under 50,000. And so now this bill states that we could put consent under 100,000. And so I put this on there as a discussion item. If we want to keep it the way it is, maybe that's what we want to do, but we could, if we wanted to, change it to 100,000. So I just put it as a discussion. If board members have any thoughts on that.
I feel like the finance committee, that would be a good topic for their discussion.
Yeah. I think we can bring that to FOC. At our next FOC, we can discuss that. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Okay, next item 7A, which is the student recognition for State Board of Education 2025 Student Hero, Samuel Pierce for Taffy. Samuel, please come down.
It's okay. Thank you, President Laura and members of the board. I'm going to be up there with you, Sam. We'll come on up with you in just a second. But it is my honor to celebrate one of our many phenomenal students. Recently, the State Board of Education celebrated the 2025 Student Heroes. The State Board of Education recognized these 2025 Student Heroes, an inspiring group of Texas public school students who demonstrate exceptional character, kindness, and service to others. That definitely sounds like our students. These students have shown remarkable compassion and leadership in their respective communities. Samuel was one of those students who was recognized. He is a senior, as you know, at NYOS Charter School. Samuel founded the Midday Mixer Project, an initiative that fosters social engagement and helps students build meaningful connections. Samuel is an active member of the Texas Association of Future Educators, TAFE, and works alongside his peers to maintain the Dignity Locker that ensures that all students have what they need. We want to recognize Samuel tonight, and his parents should also come down because Okay, next item on the agenda is to discuss and vote to approve contracts over $50,000. We do have the DSS consulting group in your packet. You should have all received that or had the opportunity to review it. Any questions? Or Dr.
Yeah, I
Rosas,
mean,
do you have-
we just signed an agreement in December, right? So was that for a year? Was that for just the 7 months?
The contract that you signed ended in June, and so this one would represent for the rest of this year.
Gotcha, okay. And we feel that a, what is it, $13,000 increase is appropriate? Is there additional time, or is it just cost of living adjustment?
Can you repeat the question?
It went up by $13,000 because
It went up just initial advance costs, you know, as things get more expensive. But also, we continue to use them. Today, we started the audit far further in advance that we did the last year. They provide fractional CFO services as well as all of our finance behind the scenes.
Thank you.
Any other questions about DSS? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the DSS consulting group.
I'll motion to do that.
Hassan, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. On to item 7C. Yes, thank you. We're going to discuss and vote on a resolution to close the NYOS Landing Rock account. Yes, I'm going to invite Matthew May to come up and speak to that.
Oh, I'll just speak from here since I'm kind of wedged in. Yeah, so we are consolidating our accounts and closing the Landing Rock account. We opened a text pool account. It's been a few months now, and we have just a little bit of money remaining in Landing Rock. So we would like a resolution to close and move the remaining funds over to the text pool account. So then we'll just have our Frost Bank account and then the text pool account only.
I'll make a motion to do that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, but all in favor? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item is 7D, which is discuss and vote on the 25-26 student and parent handbook. Last month we did vote on this handbook, but there have been some changes, and so I'll open it up for Dr. Rosas to discuss. Okay, looks like I missed one. Item 7D, discuss and vote on forbearance agreement. Matthew, is that you again, or?
It is.
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so we have a forbearance agreement that needs to be signed. Back in 2016, NYOS Charter School borrowed $7.2 million from Frost Bank to support our facilities. As part of that loan, we agreed to meet specific financial benchmarks each year, including a debt service coverage ratio, which is essentially a measure of whether our income is high enough to cover our debt payments. For the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2024, we did not meet that ratio. Our required ratio was 1.10 to 1.0, and we only reached 0.93, which triggered a default under the terms of the loan. The forbearance agreement is a legal document that essentially says that Frost Bank knows we are in default, but is willing to pause any enforcement actions like demanding full repayment until November 30th, 2025, as long as we meet certain conditions. This pause is called the forbearance period. To qualify for this pause, we agreed to the following. So we will provide monthly financial reports, including updated debt ratio calculations, liquidity status, and enrollment numbers to Frost Bank. We hire a turnaround consultant, which the Frost Bank has already approved, DSS, as that turnaround consultant. Provide a final audit showing that we met the required debt coverage ratio for fiscal year 25 by November 30th, 2025. And we must pay a one-time forbearance fee of $12,933.38. If we fail to meet any of these conditions, the agreement ends early and Frost Bank can immediately take legal or financial action to recover the loan. So it's important to note this agreement does not forgive the default or change the terms of the loan. It simply gives us time to correct our course. And we also agreed not to sue Frost Bank over the loan or claim any wrongdoing on their part. Thank you.
Questions for Matthew? Bring it down, Sharon, a little bit. Nope. Yeah.
Is the school on target for reaching the goal in November?
I am proud to say that we are, yes.
Matthew, is this something the whole board, I know we're voting on it, but do we also need, is there something we need to sign?
There's a forbearance agreement, I believe, in the packet in the drive. And I think it's just signed by just the board president.
And this is not mine's loud. This is not a new topic, right? We talked about this in like July, I think. That's the same thing.
Yep. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept the forbearance agreement.
Reluctantly, we don't have a choice here.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Next is item 7, let's see, E, which is discuss and vote on the student 25-26 student and parent handbook. Dr. Rosa?
Sure. We're looking at voting again on the handbook. We voted on the handbook, and then we made an adjustment to put T-shirts back on as one of the choices for secondary students Monday, well, really Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday, the NYOS colors, which are gray, white, and navy, and then on Friday, college, club, really free choice as long as it falls within the guidelines. When we were looking back over the documents, it didn't feel equitable with elementary, so it was added back on, and so we felt that it would be important to re-vote on the uniform.
As we've gone through this conversation, so now what is the change between this school year and last school year?
I provided to the board both last year's handbook and this year's handbook. The only adjustment was moving all of, last year we had a Thursday college day where students would wear college t-shirts. And then Friday was free choice and other items. It's up there on your chart. And it was moving all of those items to Friday so that Monday through Thursday, for example, for the top half, they would wear either a polo or they would wear a t-shirt, a NYOS t-shirt in the school colors. But nothing about what could be worn has changed from last year.
So in looking at the, if y'all see in your packet, you'll see the two, it looks like they're both back compared, right? Dr. Rosa's in our packet. We have them compared. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so the one on the left, is that this year?
Yes.
Okay, and then the one on the right is last year. You guys are looking at it. It seems, okay, so I just want to be really clear on.
So I went and looked up what the 24-25 handbook, and it is very similar except for the college shirts. So I guess my question is this an enforcement issue? Is that what I should be taking away from all of the comments that were made here tonight, that in previous years we haven't enforced it and now this year we've decided to enforce it?
So last year in April, as we were preparing, the administration team in secondary wanted to have a steering committee to look at it, so that's why the committee was started. There were 3 sessions, and it was to look at and hear from students, parents, and staff for them to make a recommendation for the secondary administration, and then that would be brought forward.
Reminder that this is not a public forum. We can't respond to anything.
I guess I would make the suggestion that at the very least, can we table this for future discussions and not vote on it right now?
School is in session now, so I'm not sure if tabling our uniform policy is the best thing. To be clear, the only thing that's changed is the college t-shirt, it looks like. And looking at the policies, I don't see club shirts spelled out specifically. And so I think what we're saying is that we're following, and I did, board members, I did look at other handbooks today from previous years, and it's always said the same thing, NYOS t-shirt in school colors. And so I think this year what the administration is trying to do is to state this is what we wrote down and this is what we're going to follow. That's my takeaway from the policy. Are there any other discussions or comments about that?
I just had one question. There's nothing in the policy, or hasn't been anything in the policy about hair color, correct?
In the handbook and policy, there is written language, but it doesn't preclude someone from. It says it only if it's a distraction.
And so who makes that decision on what's a distraction? When does it get made?
Without clarification, it's the campus administrator.
Yeah, and Dr. Rosas, can you tell us again when you had the committee last year for the uniform, and then what your plan is moving forward with getting community input?
Absolutely. I'm terrible at muting, so I'm always wondering if I've turned it on or off. So the committee was originally formed by the administrator on campus. There were 3 sessions, 1 in April, 2 in May. At the end of those sessions, It was said at the very beginning of those sessions by the person setting it up that the purpose was to gain feedback and recommendations from the community. I believe that she did do that. She took a lot of time considering what the recommendation was going to be and then brought that forward. And what was brought was that we would have a uniform as written Monday through Thursday, and then on Friday, college shirts, basically free dress, college shirts, sports shirts, all of that would be taken to Friday. And so that was what was placed in the handbook. Plans moving forward, I've read every single email that I have received, and I think it's important to really truly involve our community like we say we are going to. And so there's no reason why we can't rejoin a committee and look at what we want to do moving forward. Thank you.
So can I understand, understand that then the person that ran the feedback sessions is no longer at NYOS, is that correct?
Yes, and I really don't want to misrepresent. The original, as I understand it, was the committee was started by the campus administration because they wanted to make sure whatever the expectation was that it was consistent. And so they really wanted to get feedback from the kids, from the teachers, from the community, and that then from that committee, a recommendation would be made to the administrator, and then whatever is decided, that's carried to me to put into the handbook.
So I think in the absence of that person not being able to appropriately give feedback on the process and the interpretation, I have to agree that I would like to recommend that we approve the change only so that the students can at least have the flexibility to wear the other shirts at this time, because the original one that was signed would not allow them to wear at least the athletic shirts. But then to very quickly move forward with another community feedback to look at if we need to make modifications. And somebody made a comment about student council, like working collaboratively with maybe some of these formed student groups to help us navigate that.
Can I reiterate what I thought you heard so I can make sure I have it right? Your recommendation is that we would go ahead and vote on the dress code that we have tonight, and then form a committee moving forward. As it stands right now, club shirts that are navy, white, or gray can be worn all week long, and then club shirts that are not school colors, they can be worn on Friday as part of free dress. That's how it's written right now, and how, other than the change from Thursday and Friday, how it was written last year.
Unless we're at a point where we're going to start making changes, unless we're at the point tonight that we're going to start making specific changes, which I'm not sure we are, then at least this would give the students the freedom to wear some of those things. But I don't think because we can speak, with confidence as to how the feedback was gathered and interpreting it, that it's fair to do that. But I think it's important that the community knows that according to the handbook, this last year, this is the exact same as it was for this year.
The other thing I want to note that's, I think, building off of what you're saying, Lisa, is our, I guess it's student policy, the board policy around uniforms requires 90 days after adoption of a uniform. I think if there's changes that are significant, I think it would be consistent with that policy to wait at least 90 days to give proper notice. One suggestion.
Yeah.
So,
There you go.
So last year, they were able to wear their club shirts all week, regardless of the color?
That was not in policy, but I believe that's what was happening.
So this year, you want to go back to the policy, but what they want to colors?
Yeah.
I have to agree. It probably warrants being tabled until it is discussed, especially in light of the fact that the person who made the decision is no longer here.
I would just like it on the record that I am a no for the dress code as it is right now, as far as in the handbook.
So to clarify, we adopted a new uniform policy as part of the handbook at our last meeting. We are doing this again to undo the changes to the uniform policy that we adopted in the last meeting. So this, cannot make a motion on this, we would be going forward with the current policy with the new changes that are more restrictive than what's being requested. So we want to adopt this change to what we did a month ago, not a year ago or 10 years ago. So that was before you guys were seated, but we made this decision last month, and now we're revisiting it. So we want to, it's a better move to adopt this policy, which is actually backtracking what we did a month ago.
So are we able, in real time right now, to put in certain things that our community clearly is in favor for? And for the most part,
No, I think we'd
that
want to
is-
have a copy of what we want it to state so that we can vote on it clearly. So this isn't a working session.
As the secretary, I really have a hard time doing my job if people are clapping and like yelling. So we need to respect the like guidelines for the meeting, please.
Richard, I think one of the, I agree with you that I think that this does require more discussion. I think what Ben is saying is, in order for us to be responsive to the group, to the community, one of the things we could do is go back to last year's policy as written, and then get more community feedback, and then give proper notice of any changes. So the vote today would be to undo the decision from last time.
And my request would be that future changes like this are redlined so that when they're brought to the board's attention, we can see all the changes that are made. As much as I'd like to say I remember what was done the year prior, but looking at two big documents to be able to draw our attention to what's been changed is what I would like.
Yeah, I agree with Lisa, but beyond that, it would be good to know where we are diverging from the community feedback, right? So if we write down that the committee recommended X, Y, and Z, we adopted X, and we didn't adopt Y and Z because, so that way everybody knows why it happened and can provide feedback or at least understand the rationale.
Okay, so it seems like our vote tonight would be to vote on the 24, it would be going back to the 24-25 handbook.
Correct.
No?
No, we're changing just this one thing as outlined in the document. We're not totally reverting because there are other things like no cell phones and other things that have to be in this year's
Right, so
handbook.
just the uniform policy.
Fair, maybe I
from the
misunderstood.
24-25 uniform policy within the handbook. And asking Dr. Rosas to either form a committee or work with student council or working on the uniform. How do we want to do that? Is this going to be the uniform policy for the rest of the year, going back to 24-25?
Well, I don't think we need to decide that. I think what we can do is just say, we're going to go back to this, and if Dr. Rosas and her administration want to revisit the uniform, they can present something that we can then vote on and then give notice.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense, but I just feel like if we vote yes for what the dress code is, not everybody is going to understand it. I kind of didn't, and all people are going to see or understand is a new dress code has been basically put on the record, and it's going to be more uproar. That's kind of where I'm at.
My question would be if we do that and go back to what was last year, and if you're saying that this is what it said last year, are you going to enforce it this year versus last year? Because I think that's where a lot of the problem is coming in.
I want to just recommend that we take a two-tiered approach. I think there's a decision that needs to be made tonight that provides more flexibility, not all the flexibility that's been discussed or asked for. And then I think we need to define a timeline of our commitment in getting the rest of the community's feedback, having it be evaluated, and then making comprehensive decisions. And being able to provide that rationale. And I do think that needs to happen within kind of a 90-day period. And I think that's the max, right? So they need 90 days notification, but that means we need to do that probably in the next 6 weeks. But in the meantime, students do have to know what they can and can't wear to school, right?
Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the uniform policy as presented in our board packet that reverts back to what we had for the previous school year.
So you're talking about the 24-25 uniform policy, which is last year's.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, Ally seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion passes. The uniform policy is from 24-25, and then we'll ask Dr. Rosas to look into any changes. Okay. Next item is item 7F, which is the board handbook. So the board handbook, this isn't a vote, but this is our handbook, right? And this is a great guidance, especially for new board members. There have been some changes in it, but it's mostly things about our board training requirements for the Texas Administrative Code. So those things have changed. We are now we have 2 student members, and also our teacher and parent members have changed slightly. We did say 2 secondary, 2 elementary, now it's like up to 4, right? So those types of things have changed. And then our new committee structure. So that is in the new board handbook as well. So as a reminder, this is a guide. It does not specify all the requirements and duties of board work, but it's a great resource and reference for all board members. There is no vote, but does anyone have anything to add or discuss about it? Okay, we'll move on to item 7G, board training. Dr. Rosas? Do you want to talk about our board training? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. As we all know, board members need to be trained each year, and we did the training last year with an experienced ex-superintendent who also worked here as the interim before I came on board. His name is Dr. Alan C. His bio is in your folder to look at, and we've identified 2 dates in October. I think those were both shared with you all by Ms. Benitez. And so we'd like to move forward with that training.
Yeah, and we have it on our calendars for October 24th, I believe. So you should all have that. And then as a reminder, Dr. Say has done our board training for the last 2 or 3 years. And so he's been very helpful. Again, his resume is in our board folder. This is just a reminder to put the training on your calendars. It's already there, but let me know if you're unable to make it, because if you are, we have alternative training for you guys. Okay, next item is item 7H, discuss TOMA, which is the Texas Open Meetings Act. I believe Ben has that today.
So the legislature made several changes to TOMA, which is the Texas Open Meetings Act, and we have to pay close attention to those. How does this work? Remember, TOMA is the Texas Open Meetings Act. The reason it's there is to give the public insight into what's happening in a meeting of a governmental body. It applies to all governmental bodies, not just school boards and not just charter school boards. It's so that decisions aren't happening outside of the public's view. We can't conduct business, we cannot take action unless we are doing proper notice and operating within compliance with TOMA. September 1st, all of the changes in here will take effect September 1st. There's several different bills, but they all have the same effective date. What's important that I want everybody to think about is the legislature does this or that, and everybody has their opinion on it, but the legislature is giving guidance to governmental entities to be more transparent, more accessible. And while it might seem burdensome, some of the things that are being asked of the board, and particularly the staff that prepares us, these are things that are trying to push what's happening in governmental entities out to the public so they have a little bit more vision. I agree with that initiative. So by September 1st, man, I'm blind and I can't read that one and I can't turn.
Here.
Oh yeah, that's a really good idea.
I figured it out.
So board meetings, because of SB 12, this was a big one. This had a lot of other topics in it, but there was one section there about a parental engagement policy, and every ISD and open enrollment charter school is going to have a public engagement policy, a parental engagement policy. One of the parts is that all board meetings must be held outside of business hours. You guys may be thinking, well, we don't do that. Well, there are some governmental entities that don't. So kudos to the NYOS board for having this already be a habit, but board meetings will always be held outside of working hours. Parents and the public will also need to be first on the agenda, the first order of business. Again, that's a habit we've already had, but some governmental entities do not adhere to that best practice. And this third one might be a little more complicated. It's launch a public comment portal. We're going to have a link or something on the website where any member of the public can click and send a message to administration and to the board. And so it's a real easy way for someone to have access. They still have all the other things that they normally have, like coming to a meeting or sending an email, but there will be a portal on the website, which is another best practice of this board. But like I said, there might be a little water district out there that doesn't like to do that. Not that I know of one. Okay. Second to last slide. All meetings must now be recorded. You don't have to post the recording necessarily, but you have to have a recording and have it be responsive to the Public Information Act. Minutes will have to be prepared, just like we are already doing. However, the big change is that minutes must be posted within 7 days. Good thing we have the magnanimous Sarah Gamble here as our secretary that will get that done. There's some extra notes that will have to be done in there. Minutes are not, there's not a real structure on how you have to do them, but the things that are required will be the number of the board member attendance, who's here and who's not, and the vote results and the vote by board member. So each board member and where their vote was on any vote that we have. When we post them, well, that would be an easy one to record. Yeah, that would be clear. As long as the public knows who voted what way. And if you say unanimous, yeah, we are already doing that. And then any resolutions or anything like that, we would have to post a copy of that if we adopt it. Updated meeting notice timeline. Right now, meetings need to be posted 72 hours in advance. That is now 3 whole business days. That will change when we post here. Normally, we have a habit of posting on Friday. We have 3 days or 72 hours until a Tuesday meeting, but it will need to be 3 whole business days. So that would count Monday, Friday, and Thursday. That would mean we would need to be posting on Wednesday. There's a question out there that I'm digging into about holidays, and we'll figure out which holidays we do. Is it school holidays? Is it federal, state? We'll get some better answers on that. But in the meantime, 3 business days. That last one, if there's going to be a budget discussion, there needs to be either a copy of the budget on the website, on the homepage, a link to the budget, or you have to post a copy of the budget with the notice, the agenda. Those are all your changes. Could have been worse. I think it was pretty good.
Hang on, Ben. So what you're saying is that we would need to post any budget amendments we're planning to make with the board meeting notice?
Yes, if you're going to be discussing the budget, there needs to be a copy of the budget.
Right? So, okay, so we're going to have to revisit when we have FOC meetings because they may not be, well.
I see what you're saying. I think it's more specific than that, so I'll do some digging. But the intention is that we're not discussing a document that the public doesn't have an ability to view.
Fair enough, thanks.
Yours is fickle.
My understanding, we'll definitely get more information, but my understanding is that instead of posting it as we do in the minutes, that it would be posted with the posting of the, so that the public can look over the budget in advance. So if they have
All right, this is the final slide. These legislative changes, there's some big operational changes. Failing to comply, I just want everybody on the board to know there are some legal ramifications if we do not comply. Also, anything that we do during a meeting that's not in compliance with TOMA is undone, and I don't want anybody going to jail or having to pay $500. So we'll just stick to doing all the good things we're doing and fine-tune anything that we're not. They're designed to increase transparency, ensure meaningful parental involvement, and schools that are compliant will perform better. There's kind of 3 legs to the stool, taking care of kids, and the board is one, and this is us doing our part, parents being the other leg and administration being the other leg. So I appreciate the urging for us to be more transparent, and I really appreciate that this board was already doing it.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions for Ben? Toma? Okay.
Well, I got one more thing.
Oh, yeah.
There was that great comprehensive TOMA slideshow from SLAH. That would be good for board members to look at. If you need a review, I'm really good at it because I've been doing it for years, but like walking quorum, things like that. If you need a refresher, I highly recommend it.
Yeah,
So
I can
just
send it
ask.
out to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really good, so I'll do that. Okay, next item is the superintendent update.
Thank you, everyone. If we can bring up the slides. Ben, can you hand me the clicker, please? Thank you. All right, so we built in this fundraiser slide from earlier, just as a reminder. Good evening, everyone. The first item on superintendent's update is academics. We're doing a 2025 last year DIP review. A little contextual information is that prior to last year, NYOS did not submit a district improvement plan. They just had an elementary and a secondary campus improvement plan, but last year we wrote our first district improvement plan, so this is taking a very concentrated district-wide view. Our goal, the first goal was that all students' performance in mathematics, including the 2 lowest performing race or ethnicities, which was Black, African American, and Hispanic, and high focus students would increase their progress measure by 3% as measured by the 2025 STAR scores. And you can see what our goal was that we set for our first district improvement plan, and then our actual performance. Goal number 2 is that this is a similar goal, but in reading language arts. And so you can see our initial goal and our actual performance. We did meet our goal for our subpopulation, our Hispanic subpopulation. And then goal number 3, the percent of student graduates meeting the state college career and military readiness criteria would increase from 77% to 93% by August 2028. That was a long-term goal, and so we broke it out by year. Our goal for last year would have been 81, and we're at 84. So
Goal number 4 was that NYOS would ensure high-quality staff each year through 2027. And so there was a 4A and a 4B. Our staff retention would increase by 3% each year as measured by employment data through July 2027. Our goal was 82, and you can see that we were short of that. Goal 4B was that the percentage of teaching staff with certificates, certified teachers, would increase to 70% as measured by employment data through July 2027. And so you can see the data set that we had for the year prior was not perfect because it gets churned through our system, so we're going to improve those systems, but we did not meet our goal, and so we still have work to do. So now transitioning to our 2026 goals, we had several sessions to gather this information and have recommendations from our parents and from our staff, from our teachers, from our administrators, and so these are our goals as we have them set up. The goal number 1 and goal number 2 are basically identical to the year prior, making sure that all student performance, including our high focus students, will increase by 5 percentage points in math and 3 percentage points in English language arts. And then goal number 3, the percentage of NYOS graduates who are considered college, career, or military ready according to TEA's annual school rating will increase by 10 percentage points up to 94% by 2028 as it was written. But you'll notice in the column of the goal, since we met our goal, we're going to go ahead and increase our goal for next year. Lastly, the last two, goal 4, is looking at the teachers who score on domain 2 and 3, which are instruction and learning environment of T-test, which is our district measure for appraisals for teachers. It will grow by 5 percentage points from their formal observations in 2024 to 25-26. Okay? And then lastly, we'll become a financially healthy organization by 2028 as measured by days cash on hand, revenue versus expenditures, and our debt covenant ratio and Charter First performance score. And so you heard mention earlier of someone asked where we were if we met our 1.1, which was our goal for this year. It looks like we are going to meet that, and our ultimate goal is 1.5. Okay?
Dr.
Yes,
Rosa,
ma'am.
could we, pause on that for a second? I wanted to hear what reflections y'all have about our performance in 2025 on the DIP.
Sure. For example, math continues to be our greatest need, and that count of students was 100 students overall. And keep in mind the measure are students who were here the year prior, so it only included those kids who had been here. And one of our greatest challenges has been a continued challenge to have consistent and high quality teaching staff. There have been challenges, and there are some particular areas, right? And I think they really, in some ways, mirror the state as a whole. Mathematics, science, special education are really challenging areas. We actively work on a daily basis to make sure that we're recruiting and retaining high quality staff. We added a recruiter this year, and that had been a request for many years, and it helped us. Even though we have a few openings still, it still improved our ability to identify, interview, and bring on new staff. So that really is the core of the challenge.
And then even the goals from last year to this year in the 2026 District Improvement Plan are similar in structure but more ambitious in their growth targets. Mm-hmm. And so can you say a little bit about what adjustments you're making, the team is making to be able to hit those?
For sure. If I don't answer your question, I know you'll tell me. So a difference I think that I see is that when you're looking at 2025, Goal 4A and 4B, it was and I think it has to do a little bit with just experience in creating a district improvement plan for our organization, including myself as well. Over time, I've done quite a few of them, but I think also the progress of the district as a whole as we form those committees. So focusing on ensure high quality staff is, it's not nebulous, but it's very general in terms. And so if you compare that to looking at the goals as we have them this year, you can see that it was looking at, you know, we want to make sure we're now engaging in hiring great, but then how are we making sure we're building the capacity? NYOS has a long tradition of teacher autonomy that we really celebrate and we feel strongly about. But we also want to make sure if a first year teacher comes on who's certified, that we're also giving them all the support that they need. And so it's also holding the whole organization, ourselves, to make sure that people are building that capacity, and therefore that would transition to the students. So it's getting a little bit more detailed. And then as we did the comprehensive needs assessment, it showed up in our strategic plan and also in this work that our financial health was really in need of attention. And so that's why that was added.
And then I do want to, I think I've said this before, but the process that you all used to create these goals, I thought was really exemplary in that you did engage stakeholders. There was meaningful sessions to be able to provide feedback and sort of pressure test some of these measures. So I really appreciate the process that you all used in developing them. And I know this isn't for us to vote on, so this is for our information only. I would suggest for consideration that that we keep the educator retention goal because it's been a challenge, and so we would add that into goal 4 in addition to the T-test.
Thank you. Our intentionality as we plan for future board meetings is really to dive in deeper to each one of these and talk about the specific strategies. And you will see that is baked into everything that touches teachers and academics, because it's going to show up in our academics as well.
Great, thank you.
And thank you for doing percentage points. So now I can understand it.
I really appreciate how it's presented that NYOS, it is the district improvement plan, and we're not patting ourselves on the backs for beating a state standard that we have exceeded over time and holding yourself to a stronger, harder standard, and it's hard to do that. And I like that that's the focus of this, and I hope it always stays that way.
So we've heard tonight, and we already know what a great organization NYOS is, and I'm very proud to share that we received word last month, but we were told not to share with anyone, that NYOS was selected as the charter school of choice in the Austin area. And I put some screenshots up of the magazine. All of the board members have a copy. There are copies in the front office, in the elementary office and in the secondary office. This designation was from our families. It was from people who voted. And so we're incredibly proud of this. We always like to share photos about our kids and our culture, and so these are some shots that we took from Meet the Teacher Nights. We wanted to appreciate our PTA that are so phenomenal that were there, and then just enjoying our time together. We also just completed our pre-service with our teachers as well, and hit the ground running. As a board last month, you guys asked that we share the organizational chart and any changes to our chart. We're very proud of some growth that has occurred, and I'll be sharing a photo of that in just a second, but you can see the superintendent, and then I have the people who are reporting directly to me are the academic coordinator, the emergent bilingual coordinator, the data fellow, the director of special programs, and the principals. And then also the chief of human resources and operation reports to me. And then they are able to meet with and guide the rest of the operations and enrollment and development teams. All right, we always like to highlight some of the events at NYOS. We want to make sure that everyone is aware. I know that our families receive the s'mores from their principals as well as a lot of communication. But for the board's awareness, these are some upcoming events. We have Pop-In for Popcorn with the principal. That is for our staff, so they get an opportunity to meet our amazing new secondary principal. And we'll be celebrating that in just a second. Then we also have Pizza with the principal for our secondary principal to have the opportunity to meet the community. We're excited for that. And then we have Spirit Day at Cece's Pizza. And you can see the coding on the side. That's elementary and secondary. There's a fundraiser class called Meal Prep and Nutrition with Chef Skylar. And I think the focus is on preparing those easy meals when you get home late, and also things that kids might take to school. And then Pack Play on September 11th, and then save the date for NYOS Bingo Night. We're very excited for that event. It'll be our first time, and James Douglas and his team in development have spent a lot of time preparing for that. We think it'll be a lot of fun for everyone. We are absolutely thrilled to celebrate tonight some staff promotions. Luis Zaragoza is now our new facilities manager. Big round of applause for that. John Martinez is our new district registrar. He's done a phenomenal job. Robert Gale is our IT manager. And Jackie Benitez is our executive assistant to the chief team. Three more times with feeling. And then our last one we want to celebrate is our brand new secondary principal, Miss Aurora Edwards. We formed a committee, including our parents, and some of the parents who are here tonight were in that committee. We were absolutely thrilled to have our parents as well as our teachers and our staff to go through the process and really find someone who would be such a great match for NYOS and then for secondary in particular. And I've spent several days with Rory, and I'm excited to see us move forward. I'm going to turn the slides. Yep, go ahead. I'm going to turn the slides over to James Douglas to go over our enrollment.
All right, good evening, members of the board. So enrollment, we're well on our way. So you see on the left-hand side of the chart where we finished last school year and where we are now. As of today, we're at 1,800 students enrolled towards a budgeted goal of 1,876. So we're 96% of our budgeted goal. We do have a number of offers out right now, about 80 offers. It takes it's about 48% conversion from offers to enroll, so we anticipate another 40 students enrolled to get to about 1,845, and that'll max us out for elementary at 936, and we'll be over 900 students in secondary. So, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm excited about this, being the new development director here. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to present our strategy for next school year. Our goal is to raise $500,000 this year. We plan to do this through a strategy where we're focusing on three things. One, expanding individual giving. Two, enhancing event revenue. And then three, increasing board and community engagement. So what you see on the left-hand side is a chart that shows where the funding comes from in development, if you're not familiar with this, and what percentages those various sources make up. So on the right side of the chart, you'll see how we plan to break this down and what our goals are. And as I mentioned, those areas that we want to focus on are events. We had success there, and also individual giving. And so making about almost half of our total goal. And that compared to how we did last year, these percentage marks are pretty close to what we did last year. The chart at the bottom, the graphic at the bottom that you see in the slide is nothing more than it's the strategy, it's the tactics behind the strategies. Where I will live, my time will be spent identifying potential prospects and moving them through this whole cycle to get them to the point where they're hopefully championing NYOS and donating to our cause here. The right-hand side of the screen, you'll see those areas of things that we want to donate them, where the money's going to go to. And I think with this being said, I'm going to turn over to Nina. She has a challenge for our board members.
Yes, thank you. Board members, as you can see, we do all have our shirts today, and they are available for parents or students to buy as well with the QR code that we'll share. But in addition to that fundraiser that I will be the champion of, I'm challenging you all to find your fundraiser for the year. And so what we're calling is the Give or Get Challenge. So I'm challenging each board member to either give or raise $2,200 for the NYOS fund by the end of the year. And there are many ways to do that, right? Like, of course, you can make a one-time donation. You can do monthly donations, or you can, like we said, find that fundraiser that you want to sponsor. That could either mean getting some fundraising from your employer, maybe, or maybe you have other organizations that you work with that could donate to our school. And so that's my challenge to you and to all of us, to raise $2,200 for our school.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them if you have any questions about the strategy.
Yeah, and I believe our next slide may have how we can donate through the website. So we can do, again, either one time or, a monthly donation.
I'm going to show that in just a second, but and furthermore, I just want to mention that on the right-hand side, the items that were identified for fundraising, we did some brainstorming with each campus's administrative team about what we felt needs were. These are not in concrete. These are just initial ideas. We will obviously engage the entire community in discussing how we have a goal from the strategic plan. Last year, our goal was to raise $250,000, yes, which we successfully did. And then this year, our goal is $500,000. And then ultimately, in the strategic plan, it's $750,000 for the next year. This year, we spent the money on increasing technology, and then also building out a science lab for secondary, and any other items that were needed. And so these were the initial concepts, but we will be working with the community to identify those items. Some things are for the benefit of the whole district, for example, paying for additional parking, and then other items that are specific to elementary or to secondary. So we'll involve everyone in that decision making. And so now, how to?
Yes, please go to nyos.org, our website, and at the top right, you'll see a button that says donate. Just tap that button, and then it'll take you to the page on the right-hand side. Be mindful that when you do this, that there is a one-time on the left and there's a monthly on the right, so you want to be careful. Make sure you're selecting the one that is appropriate for you. You can do this with using your credit card or ACH through your checking account. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nina, is our goal end of the calendar year or the school year?
Let's do school year. Any other questions for Dr. Rosas or myself? Here.
My turn?
No.
Okay.
She's very excited for her turn. Okay, committee business. Executive committee I have first, and that's to discuss and vote on officer assignments. So as part of tonight's agenda, we will now hold our annual board officer elections for the 25-26 school year. The positions we will elect are parliamentarian, secretary, vice chair, and chair. Each position will be for a one-year term in accordance with our bylaws. So I will begin by opening the floor for the role of parliamentarian. I would like to nominate Lisa Candido for this position, if she's willing. Are there any other nominations for this position? Okay, hearing none and seeing that we have one nomination, I'll entertain a motion to elect Lisa as parliamentarian.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you all. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we will move to the role of secretary. I nominate Sarah Gamble to serve in this role. Are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to elect Sarah as secretary of the board.
I'll make a motion and thank her for doing this. I know it's hard.
Hassan, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Congratulations, Sarah. Motion unanimous. Okay. For vice chair, I would like to nominate Ben Williams to serve in this role. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to elect Ben as vice chair of the board.
So moved.
Okay, Jess, do I have a second?
Second.
Lisa, all in favor? Congratulations, y'all. I mean, Ben. Okay, since I am running again for board chair, I will now turn the floor over to the secretary to facilitate the nomination process.
At this time, we will open nominations for the position of board chair. I would like to note that Nina nominates, no, I can nominate you. Yeah, I'll nominate you. Has expressed interest in continuing to serve. Are there any other nominations for board chair? Okay. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to elect Nina Lair as board chair.
Moved. Second.
The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Denise.
We didn't vote.
We didn't vote. This is why I'm not. Okay. Okay, moved and seconded. Okay, vote.
All in favor?
All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Nina.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be board chair again for next year, and congratulations to all our officers.
I missed the votes.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, next item is, board committees. So in your drive, I do have the board committees based on your preference. I know not everybody submitted their preference, but take a look at it. Does everyone see it? And then, we don't have to discuss here, but just let me know if either you do like your committees, you want to change, if there's something that that interests you more that you would like to do, just let me know. So I just have that in there so that you're aware of board committees, and then we'll start setting up meetings because we do need to meet. The pink that I colored your name in, that is as chair for that committee. So if that doesn't work for you, just let me know. Okay.
Am I not counting right in terms of how many board members we have and not having a quorum in the committee? Can we do 5, really?
Yeah, we can do 5. Because we have 10. So a quorum is 6.
We count the student member, or am I just off counting?
Do we count them? I don't think the students count.
Are you counting David?
You can still be part of a committee. I'm talking about quorum, like meeting quorum. So.
He wasn't counting David.
Feel free to hit the button on that
you
mic
were counting
anytime,
David.
though.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I was counting right. Just forgot David.
You forgot David. Okay. Yes. Students will be part of committees as well, if they're able to. Okay. Next item on the agenda. Oh, fundraising.
The fundraising committee has met several times and done a phenomenal job, and we gave that report in the superintendent's update when James spoke about the vision for long-range fundraising. I want to appreciate him again and the committee and encourage everyone to purchase the Make Your Mark t-shirt.
Okay. Next item is executive session. So the school board will meet in executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.072 regarding deliberation of real property, deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, and Section 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. And then the board will come back out to discuss and vote on item 9A regarding the real property. We are going into executive session at 8:40. Okay, we are back from executive session at 10:22 p.m. I want to state for the record that the board did not meet on Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. We did vote on meet on Section 551.072, and we will vote in open session on item 9A regarding real property. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to direct Dr. Rosas to explore off-site options for the high school while also having the steering committee focus on the 2-year solution on campus. Is that right, y'all? Yes. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's a unanimous vote. Next on the agenda, I think, is that all? Maybe we'll discuss agenda items for August. I don't, off the top of my head, I know there's a couple of policies that I wanted to go back to, the naming policy for one, and we may have a budget thing as well. But if there's not anything else, we'll have an agenda for sure. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Thanks, guys. We are adjourned at 10:24 p.m.